Salam alaikum. I'm very happy to see your smiling faces. If mine is not smiling, then I must come through some kind of, things that didn't make us smile. So now I'm with you with a smiling face. I can smile too. It is not because I'm late now that I'm going to hold you late. No. That brother or sister that wants to hurry and get out of here, I'll take that frown off from your face, and we will be going at the same time probably anyway. As usual, we get out of here around 4:30 or between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I don't intend to hold you later than that. I just wanted to be sure that I see you. See, was you making and fulfilling your promises that you will be here. So I have fulfilled my promise now that I did come out. And I'm very happy to see so many hundreds and thousands of you. You're in the thousands. Know about how much our household here, and that I'm very happy. If I had stayed home, someone would have returned from here and told me all of these people was down here. I would have wished I could have then called you back. I'm very happy to know of many things that is good for you, and that they are coming into being now where we all can see them. We have lots of people here, and lots of professional people, and you the people that we've been calling for years. And we had to buy this $4 million church in order to get you out. So, since we spent all of that money just to get you out here, to listen to what we have to say, did you know, brother and sister, you have to pay for that? I was so surprised last Sunday when the secretary told me how much you give. Wasn't that average at $1 piece? I said, brother, let's go back, try them again. 2,000 people, and not $1 piece that they give. So if you go out of here today not giving us $1 piece, averaging that, we will go to your home and eat. We eat once a day, most of us, and brother, we have a good appetite at that one meal. Don't think now that you can out-eat the Muslim. Certainly we can out-eat you. We wait till we're hungry. And a hungry fella can really go some. We have with us Lawyer Lawrence E. Kennan, I hope that you didn't come down to make no arrest or to try to win the case that you have against us. If you do, we're going to put out a warrant for you right immediately. We have here Mr. Joanna Harris, teacher. You see our principal of our school, and she will give you a date to meet her. Miss Billy Webb, import business. You'll see us on Tuesdays between 12 and 2 o'clock, and the same time on Wednesday afternoon. We will talk with you. Of course, we have our own self in that business, and it can be increased with your help if you are able to help us as we desire that you do. We only want our on to go through with the nations of the earth. If you who would like to join in with us, please talk to me between 12 and 2 o'clock on Tuesdays. We have to import much of what we are after for you, because here in America we deal with our enemies, and they don't want to give us the price that we can get elsewhere. America is still America. We are a nation growing up in America to become an independent nation within an independent nation. We have our flag to go forward to make a move for self. We have brothers all over the earth. We are a people that outnumbers our enemies 11 to 1. We are a people who are not, say, going to make an attempt. We're going to do what we attempt to do. We want people to help us out of our own people, but let us teach you how to help us. We don't want you to be like the fellow that the book said was told by one of the officers to help Jesus bear his cross. And he hardly knew where to take a hold at. So he's taking the hold of the little part. That was too heavy for him. So I don't want you picking no part. I will tell you where to lay hold. Now, wait. So he's taking the hold of the little part. That was too heavy for him. So I don't want you picking no part. I will tell you where to lay hold of your hand. Now, some Tuesdays between 12 and 2 o'clock. And that we are not saying really driving, putting on no drive for import people to help us in that matter. We got that all just about set. But you can find a place to work in it if we talk it over together. I'm quite sure we have a vacancy for good people. Reverend Willie May Davis, minister of Pleasant Grove Green Baptist Church. I think it's Green, Pleasant Green. That's a good name for it. And that if you feel like you have something to say after we have said our thing, you're perfect welcome to say all you want. We love to get acquainted with our church people and especially the leaders. I know what you have heard about me, that I'm an enemy to the church. Yes, you heard that right. We have also, I don't know whether it's a brother or a sister, Sylvia Johnson, a teacher. Mr. Amirs, Pat Patterson, editor of Black Enterprise magazine. We certainly want to talk with you, brother. We have everything to work with, but no workers. The workers is few. Pardon me, brother workers, I know you're here, but you need more. I don't like to criticize no one, because this is not what we are after today, to come meet together to criticize each other, whether we are helping each other or not. We don't want to criticize, because we can get together and squash that old thing you call criticize. In fact about it, that's what Islam have come for, to put a stop to black man making fun of black man. It's here to make us brothers. And if we can't be brothers, we are here to push him out of the circle. God himself is for that purpose. Today is to show you and me that will help others and do for others. And if we can't, he's here to push us in the lake. And not a lake of water, it's a lake of fire. That's what he's ready to do for us. The world has lingered around tormenting the righteous over time. They are over time doing this on us. All because that you would not be on time to wake up and join on to your own time. Yeah. But if we had been swift and eager with our ears open to hear the trumpet of self blowing, we would have been a long ways towards the gate of heaven. What we want to do, Reverend, teachers, doctors, lawyers. We want to get together here in America, first of all countries, and build for us something of our own that the world will recognize. There is no work going on in America that you can compare with our work. No work is having the progress as our work. They don't enjoy the progress. I don't care where you're from, brother and sister. We have you best. We are able to get the confidence of the nations of the earth. They will help us in every way that we call on to do. For us, they will do it. For God will make them to do it. We are with God, and God is with us. If you are so proud, feeling that you can make to do, for us they will do it. For God will make them to do it. We are with God, and God is with us. If you are so proud, feeling that you can make a way without going on your knees, submitting to a superior, supreme being of righteousness, truth and justice, that you can get anything over here on the side and make the same progress, go and try. We care nothing about the rulers of evil who want to keep you and me down so that we cannot progress in our efforts to do something worthwhile for ourselves. We care nothing about their disliking, their attack to try to halt, stop, or injure our progress. We care nothing about their efforts. If we have God with us, who is it that can interfere with our progress and win? We want to build on the east side of Cottage Grove, all the way from 78 to 87. We want to make it a new east side for us. We're going to start laying foundation in the 7800 block, Cottage Grove, east side of it, for your very beautiful building there, for your retail stores and foreign goods. And we're going to move on across and keep on the east side of Cottage Grove, which we estimate will cost us between $10 and $20 million. But however, you'll help me to move on across and make the south side of Chicago your south side. This is what I want for us. I'm tired of looking at you running up in the neighborhood of the white man to try to get something from him to live in your neighborhood, the south side. We must quit that old slavery act. So we have planned to do this, and our plan, Allah will help us to perfect. We are going to reform as never before. And if Allah bless us with the seasons, next year this time, you will be happy of our planning. We have lots of chickens down there that we intend to be hauling in to you pretty soon. Also, we have beef cattle. We don't have no pig. We're not going to let you eat pig anymore. And in the next 3 or 4, 5 years, we hope to have you offering beef. We're just letting you get away with it now. Because I can't tell you to stop eating that steak so quick and you will do it. I'd love to tell you something that you will do. And do it in a meeting. When is he going to start preaching? I'm preaching now. See, we don't preach like the average preacher. We don't get on God told Jonah to go to Nineveh and put that little wing to it. We tell why God told Jonah to go to Nineveh. What was his aim or purpose? That's the way we preach. I know you like to hear probably me come out with it like, oh yes. But you see, I can't preach like that. My father used to preach like that. He used to sometimes have to run up in the stand there and pick him up, carry him out, pour some cool water over him. But I can't preach like that. I am not that type of preacher. I'm a teacher. I reckon you say it's near time. You know, I thought I maybe could have gotten away with it. I was sitting there resting so well and nursing around my sister. She didn't feel so good. And I said, maybe I can have an excuse. But I had remembered the doctor came by, you know, last night, and he had tapped me over to see whether I could come out today. He may be in here, I'm scared, you know. So if I had kept staying there, I could have told you he came by, but he could have told you too that he looked pretty well when I was here. I don't think he was so sick that he could not have come out. See, because the doctor may be in this temple, I believe he is here. And I'm scared to hide behind the doctor. You know, he got all of us before his eyes. and that these fellows, they kind of know how the clock ticks in your body. They know whether you can work or not. So I'm glad and thankful to Allah that I can work today. But by me being late to get here among you, I do not want to keep you here over the time that you was expected. But in these days and times that we are living in, we better not look at the clock as much as we look at our feet to see if they are prepared to run. I don't want you to be like the people of Noah, Lot, and like the slowness of Israel was getting out of Egypt, that they had to go around that night and put up a blood sign over the door to warn them to flee, that have the blood sign over the door. No. We're up 2,000 years or more, or 4,000 from that time. We should have more knowledge, wisdom to do better job. So, brothers, I'm after you this afternoon for all you have that can help yourself and your kind. I'm not after you for me alone, I'm after you for yourself. Then if you have a little left over, let me have that which you have left over. With the world of Christianity quaking under your feet and falling out of the sky and falling on the battlefield of nations, if you cannot wake up and get prepared to fly for self, what will waken you to flying for yourself if the time that we are now living in will not awaken you? I don't know what could come. Look what has happened since last Sunday that we were here together. Much has happened. It is time that we reach out for self, fly for self. The Holy One teaches us to fly for refuge in Allah. We can take and try and play with this wine like the people of Noah, like the people of Lot. But we will meet with grave consequences. So let us try and eschew all of the mishaps that we possibly can. We want to build for self. You said we're going to be destroyed, the cities of the nation going to be shaken from their foundation. That's right. But you look in the book and you will find where it's prophesied that you must rise up and rebuild the waste cities. You have that there. Well, if we got to rebuild the waste cities, let us go practice now how to build for ourselves. You cannot boast that you have your own if you don't know how to build and master your own. With around 2,000 people here now, 2,000 people can do wonderful things. If 2,000 people will get together to do so, we cannot get together haphazard. We cannot get together hating one brother and half loving another. We got to whole love all the brothers, and all the brothers got a whole love. I cannot give you, reverends, too much sympathy, because the church is what we want to destroy. Christianity. Christianity is our slave master. Just remember that. It's our slave master. The tool that the slave masters handed over to us when he considered himself freeing us. He gives you something to enslave your brains. And that is where you are tied up at. It's in your brains from the slave master. You boast and fight for Christianity more than the founder of Christianity. They have just about given it up. They know they're fighting a losing battle. Allah will remove the modern-made religion called Christianity. Your very foundation of that religion is murder. Take a look over here. That's murder. The cross. If you will follow a murder for life, what life could he give you if he's a murderer? That's a murder over there. And he put up his sign for you and me to worship up. If we're going to worship this sign of a murder and follow the murder, then what are we looking for? Death. We are looking for death. Oh, Reverend, it's a shame that he deceived you like this. I'm not coming here to make fun of you. I'm coming here to make you wise to the murder. That's up to you to believe it or let alone, but here is his word. He says to you and me that I taken your Jesus and I killed him, hung him up on a cross. Now, nigger, come on and worship him, because I'm going to do you the same. And he's done it. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to tell you outright truth. That you see any man or a woman go and worship that cross, call it the sign that leads them to their salvation, should be taken and put in the insane asylum. That's no sign of life. That's a sign of death. See how far you are. You are off. from the knowledge of what you were given. A man give you that cross and then tell you that you follow Jesus to heaven. You ought to bust his face open. The enemy has molded you into death. My church, my denomination, your church of hell and your denomination is hell. That's right. They do not have no respect over in that church for the members there, nor anyone that will visit. Fight back. They hang you on the tree. They said they hang the Jesus on the tree. You have it now, clear, because they do hang you. Be like Jesus, he said. Tell him, sir, what? For what? For you to hang me and nail me to the cross like you did him? But no, he have made you to love death and worship the murder. When you tell him about us, are you one of them? That's what he will say. Oh, you done left the church? Tell him I should not have never been in it. Oh, slave house, with a cross, a sign of imprisonment, suffering, and finally death. The church now is getting hungry. The Muslim is getting fat. That's right. You have the Bible, it teach you that, but you didn't know who it was talking about. We shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Christians, I'm so sorry for you. And the worst of all, that Christianity leads you to seek a heaven in the sky, off the earth, where food and clothes is at, where shelter is at. They teach you to look up in the sky for you. Tell them I'm already sheltered by that canopy. I don't need to pray to go to it. It was built for our service. Ah, brother. You know, if I had gotten here in time, I would have preached. What can you do with this religion to aid you in getting for yourself that which he has gotten of this earth for himself? Good homes, money, friendship. How are you going to get it now when the trumpet of life is sounding and it don't carry a cross? It's against the cross. It's come to destroy the cross. This is exactly what Islam is here for. Give you a sign that is worthwhile. Look at our sign over there.
It corresponds with what you live under daily and nightly. Yours correspond with that which we find over in the grave. So many graves, expensively built, putting that sign on it, a cross. Have you ever studied the cross? If the cross means that we are at crossroads with each other, that's right. It means that the cross is at the crossroad with the crescent. But yet the old cross cannot get along without our crescent. They got to have the sun, moon, and star. Remove that away from them and all go crazy at once. Remove that cross away from us, we're all as free at once. It was made to enslave people. That's a sign of spiritually and physical enslavement and death. That's the cross that you has been deceived to follow for salvation. You follow Jesus. He was hung on a cross, you say. He was not hung on no cross. Allah taught me that he made a cross out of himself. He stretched forth his hands like this and let the deputy shaft stab him to death quickly through his heart. He didn't die on no cross. And the deputy shaft that was sent out after him, he wanted to make a quick death of him because he did not see where he was guilty of the crime laid against him. So he told him, if you let me kill you, he said, I will kill you so quick that you'll never feel it. He said, then I will get twice the reward for you, since that you know you're going to die and you came for that purpose. So he said, I will kill you so quick that you never feel it. And he did so. He shot his sharp knife through his heart, and the man was dead innocent. Well, if I have to die, I hope I die the death of the Muslim. We are planning to get all your clothes far less than what you have been paying for them. We have that already ready to put through. We have planned to make all your food come to your table cheaper than you ever have gotten it, and the best of food that you never have been able to get. We have already planned to take and buy from your sole of your foot to the crown of your head everything that you wear, far cheaper than you are paying for that same garment, shoe, hat. Now, what I want to say to you in just a word or two, that I have our black nation all over the earth now with me to put the job over. I thank Allah for blessing me with what He promised me for you. You may get off in little groups to try to manufacture some ideal of your own, but Allah is with me to put this over for you. And those that is with me will reap the benefit. You will do the same. I'm not doubting that I don't have you as a brother. because you don't have another brother but me. I know that. What I mean, you don't have another brother but me to get you into that which you want to live your life in. Every man wants something good. All want the good for himself. That's why the old saying goes, do for yourself. What you do for others, do it for yourself. And what you do for others, let it be that which you desire brother to do for you. So I think, you brothers, this is what I came down to tell you, that Allah has blessed me to get for you those things that you want most, that you cannot reach following the white man of America. He's born your enemy and my enemy. He can't help himself. Don't try to force him to do righteousness when he was not created for that. Was not made to do righteousness. He wasn't made for that. He can't do that beyond his nature and feel good. If he do a little good for you, he will be always telling you, I went out of my way to do thus and thus for you. And he's right. When he do something good, he went out of his way because he wasn't made to do good. Beautiful sisters, stop sweethearting with blue-eyed Caucasian. Your days is numbered for that. Brothers, stop going, turning up your brother for $1 from the enemy. Time is out for that. They'll see you laying around somewhere not talking. Time is out for it. And sisters, stop driving by in their cars with them over your brothers, passing through that neighborhood, flirting with white men, their enemies and your enemies. They're going to right about face on you one of these days. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Sitting up in the car with the enemy of your people? Letting him take you in the bushes somewhere on a dead-end lot. That kind of work gonna stop someday. You may not feel so happy when you meet the gain who will be stopping it. White people used to kill their women, that if they caught them with you and kill you too. You think it's an honor to be sitting around grinning with white folks and arms around you. And they got their arms around our pocketbook, keeping you from enjoying the wealth that your fathers and mothers suffered for. Be careful about this. I'm warning you. We, the Muslims, is not going to stand for it. There is some we call good Christian, but they just don't know how to be a good Christian because they don't know the truth. We are the best Christians on earth. Christian means to be crystallized into one. So if you go by the meanings, the Muslim is really a good Christian. We are one. And my beloved brothers and sisters of the church, I am certainly happy to see you bold enough to come in that door and learn what Christianity is, and learn what Islam is. You was made a Christian, but you were born a Muslim. We were created Muslim. From the very beginning, our Father, who created the heavens and the earth, was a Muslim. And we that is from him is Muslims by nature. Therefore, you don't join Islam to become a Muslim. You just come on back to Islam and what you were created to be. The Holy Quran said, we are that which by nature we were created. The church can't tell you that. You are a Christian by nature. They can't do it. They tell you that you are a Christian by faith and hopes. But you are born a righteous person. Muslim means a righteous person. Well, I guess I have talked enough. And thank you. Thank you. We want you to remember to meet with us every time that we call on you to do so. Whether you say you are not a Muslim or not, you just saying that through the undeveloped knowledge of self. You were created a Muslim. If you reject it now, you're rejecting yourself, because Muslim is what you are. What can you find in Christianity that exceeds us? Nothing but evil. You can't boast that you are an evil person from yourself. Your man that made you evil, Yaakov, he was one of us. You didn't have sense enough to build up a race of evil people. It was one of our people who taught you how to build one out of evil. And he did so. But he limits your time. After you have lived here for 6,000 years, your brother coming from the east, and he's going to eat you up. So I'm smacking on a few of them now. I love black people. I love black people. I work for black people.
That's right. That's right.
And we will intercept other than black people who that don't like us. We will intercept you. If you don't want to come and out, talk us, and that which you know is good, to try to win with of your evil, come on over. We will always have a place for you to argue if you want to argue. But I advise you to know what you're going to argue about, and if it's not nothing, we don't want to begin. I just came down to let you know that I am your brother and will fulfill my appointments with you, whether you like what I say or not. I know you will love what I say pretty soon. Yes. And so, my beloved brothers and sisters, I have enjoyed this little over hour with you, and that I hope that you will make out your orders to buy the merchandise that we have already purchased for you, and that if you can find better, we will go where you find it better. We're not carrying a market bag with us. We're carrying a ship with us. Not a little market bag. If there is any one of you that would like to ask me a question, do stand. No one wants to ask me a question, so I don't want to ask you one. I just tell you to come on, let's go home. I have a home that God has given to me for you. So let's go move in them. What is any better heaven than plenty of money, a good house to live in, good peace among the brethren, and the world of man? What is any better heaven than that? I don't want to try to prepare to go up in the sky with you. I don't know what kind of vehicle you have to fly me up in the sky, and I may drop back. And I certainly don't have no wings growing on me. So let us try to stay on this good earth and get the good things out of this good earth that we need for our own good time on it while we live. I think you, no questions, that I say I have enjoyed a very beautiful, happy hour here with you, and I hope you will continue to come over and see me. I don't say I hate you and call you a Christian. No, I don't hate you because I know you are not a Christian. I hate you if you deny yourself. You're one of the righteous. You're a Muslim. That's from creation of you. That's what you made yourself since your creation. I don't recognize it. You've gotten that from the devil, the blue-eyed Caucasian. That's the real devil. If I almost was about to dismiss myself from you and had not told you who the real devil is. Real devil is the blue-eyed Caucasian people. And the Holy Quran, you will find it written in there on the day, referring to the judgment, on the day when we will gather the guilty blue-eyed on that day. The Holy Quran is an exact and a righteous, truthful book. The blue-eyed is being gathered together now. This is the time they are being gathered. I thank you for your attention given to me for these few minutes. And I'm going to get out of here and let the laborers go to work. And I hope they do good labor. We need your help if you want to help us. We don't want it if you don't want to give it to us. We do own the heavens and the earth, and we are taking it over. Thank you, beloved, beautiful people. You look so beautiful. And the devil himself knows that you're the beautifulest people on earth, and that he don't want to tell you. Because he, with this short temporary made self, wants you to think he's the beautiful. Just been here 6 days, and we've been here without number of years. I said, go on like Isaiah teaching, shine, shine, shine. Thank you. Thank you for your pleasant receiving me, and I thank you for the things that I have said that I believe you believe. Now I turn you over into the hands of our assistant minister, Minister Shy. That's a big name. You know, there's a whole entire society of that people. They are one set that help in this book, the Quran, the Shai. They call them Shaita. Thank you, and I don't want to leave you, but I was late. And so since I was late, I won't delay you. Because I'm getting hungry just thinking about it's noontime. May the peace and the blessings of Allah be with you wherever you go. Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, I'm very happy to see you smiling faces. That makes me feel good to see no vacancy, but a little. And I think before we are finished, it will be filled. We continue our subject, the theology of time. As this is the thing that you should know. What has been hidden from you and what is being kept hidden from you. I'm the fellow that is raised up here to open my mouth and tell you what Allah has revealed to me that was hidden, and that the prayer of the prophet Abraham and others should be fulfilled. That is, that God will raise up a teacher from among ourselves and teach us the truth of this world and the truth of ourselves which this world have deprived us of. And so this is the little boy that you read of there in the Bible. If you take note of the name Elijah in the Bible, it comes in the Old Testament and leaves out in the New Testament. He's followed by many witnesses of the prophets and the local prophets. Some of the local prophets don't have too much to say, but he goes directly at the point. We call them minor prophets. He don't miss nothing of what has been revealed to him. He tells it right out. I hope you are hearing me. The mic up here, you will have to tell me yourself whether you are hearing well. Because you are listening and I am speaking. And you can tell me whether my speaking is getting over to you clear enough for you to understand. We don't want you coming up telling Allah, I didn't understand this. I didn't hear him so well. Something was wrong with that mic and they should have fixed it. So I should have heard it. And I would not have been out here with the disbelievers. So we don't want you to have no excuse. In the past we find where the messengers of God had people claiming an excuse. But this messenger is to make it so plain that you can't claim an excuse. And watches you to see if you misunderstand. And you're welcome after I'm said about all I intend to say this afternoon to ask me questions if you didn't understand. But I don't invite you to ask me something just to be talking. Yes. I will try and keep you from that in what I say. But if you think that you have found something that I failed to say in what I say, I won't say in all because you won't have time to stay here to hear all that I have to say. And I won't have time to stay here and tell you. A lot of us takes it for granted that the Holy Quran is something inferior to the Bible. The only inferior part it is that it came after the Bible, and the Bible went before the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran is not old as the Bible, but it verifies what is written in the Bible. And the Bible verifies what is written in the Quran. They are not two enemy books. They are two books which verify each other. In the Bible, it reads there, when you open it, the first page of the chapter 1 in the Bible of Genesis. It says there that
In the beginning. In the beginning. Right? In the beginning of what? See? We must get these hidden truths understandable. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Well, when was that? See, that's all you have there. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. What beginning? You see, you should set a time there so that we will know when the beginning was. See, you leave us to argue with you there. But if you would say it like this, God created the heavens and the earth, and don't say in the beginning, because you didn't finish that up. But if you had said in the beginning, which was about so long and so long, or it was so long and so long, don't say about, because it had a beginning. There's nothing before us nor behind us what didn't have a beginning. We used to say, nobody knows. That was right. But there was a beginning, you see. If God was not before the beginning of what counts you have, then who was it before him? Because he was the beginning himself. Listen at it good. The beginning of time was made by the beginning of God. We had no beginning before he made himself. We could not calculate on time because there was no motion making time. But after he made himself, he made a motion. Then we've been reading time ever since. Understand me good. Let me go back over it. In the beginning, that was when God was making himself from an atom of life. And the motion of the atom was counting time, but we didn't know how to count it. And he didn't who was being made. So we had to wait until his complete make and set up a time clock for us. His motion in coming out of the atom was making time, but there was no one to calculate it. He couldn't calculate it himself because he had not yet been matured enough in his brains to calculate his own movements. So we have here today, sitting in the arena of time, meaning myself, God has taught me in the person of Master Farad, Muhammad, how these things begin working. And I'm teaching you so that no man can deceive you, as the Bible says. And that no man can argue with you and win his side of the argument unless he's on your side. We're very happy that the coming of God, whom the Christian calls, which is one of his attributes, to be living in such glorious time. It's a glorious time because you are being accepted for something that you thought you were not. As a righteous person and not as a wicked person. Think of all the sin that Satan caused us to commit. We are not guilty of it. Allah declares that He will not charge us up with the sin of Satan before He arrives. So some of us have did quite a bit of sin, and we are certainly happy to know that book won't be shown to us. And that the world that the devil has poisoned, I don't mean no spirit now. I mean that blue-eyed Caucasian walking out there where you can see him. You never will meet anything like shunning the devil after you're dead. You won't meet him. No. Because death takes away everything. There is no coming back. I don't know whether you Christian believers is ready to believe it right now or not, but anyway, go home and think it over. And you will come back and tell me if there is any coming back. That Muhammad you told other than the truth. You see, I am here. Then I will say, great day in the morning. There is so many people that don't like to come and listen to Muhammad because he said there is no heaven or hell for us after we die. That when we die, that's the end of us. I said, brother, if there was an end coming back to us, there was another chance, I would be a greater believer in that than you. Because that would convince me that I'm preaching wrong. I will come back. And I would like to have a chance, if there's anything like coming back, to come back. But if you put the cold, chilly hands of death on me now, and then wake me up and warm them up again, I would say that I wouldn't not feel like getting up. I would be afraid something else is going to happen. So I said, once death put me to sleep, let me remain asleep. That I'm not conscious that I'm asleep. And I don't want to get conscious that I'm asleep if I got to come back again to that same grave, like the Bible teaches you. And there's a lot of Christian ministers take it just further, that God raised Lazarus up out of the grave, give him life again. Well, then why did Lazarus have to die again? But God is more intelligent than that. He would not have raised Lazarus up and then let him die again, the physical death. He would have been mistreating Lazarus. But that's the misunderstanding of the preacher. The death there don't mean a physical death. He declared that himself when he told to come to the grave. And that Lazarus was dead. He said, he's not dead. He's just asleep. Meaning that he's not physically dead. Show me where you have lain. And he went and looked at Lazarus, still declaring he's not dead. And then he called on his Lord, not to try to God. He was well aware that God knew what he was wanting. He says, in words, I'm not trying to tempt you, but for the sake of these that stand by, the disbelievers, that you answer my prayer for what I'm asking for, because I'm not trying. I know you can raise them. But for the sake of these disbelievers, Jews, I say, I could change that today. For the sake of disbelieving black people, let him rise. The white people, the devils, have so thoroughly killed us of the knowledge of self that they don't think that no man could take you out of what he has put us in. The FBI told me, an agent, one day, he was asking me about some of my followers. He says, Elijah, you have a hard job. I said, you made it hard. He looked at me and smiled. He said, oh, Elijah, I was not here 300 or 400 years ago. I said, but you are from those that was here 300 or 400 years ago with the same mind. He laughed again. He said, you want to just accuse us anyway, like, and we wasn't here. That was our fathers. I said, show me whether that you have changed your father's teachings to our people, are not only in a more higher way of putting a man physically, or pardon me, mentally dead. I say, you know more how now to put your father work to a such high degree that the man don't know he's dead. So my beloved listeners, we are here with the truth. Whether you believe it or not, you are here. So hear it and leave it a little longer. I'm not here to force you to believe, but I am here to condemn that which you believe in. That you won't be able to condemn me in what I believe, because we make it so plain. Even in the book that we read, Bible and Holy Quran, you want to make the Holy Quran something that is not worthy to be respected as the Bible. We make the Holy Quran more respected because that the people that translated the Holy Quran was not liars. But the people who translated the Bible, they added in to the truth. Not that the Bible don't contain truth, plenty of it if you understand. But they made it hard for you to understand by making the truth in symbolic language, and you cannot understand that which they have made symbolic. So Allah has risen up to you an interpreter of the Bible and the interpreter of the Quran, which he has given to me to rely on to teach you the truth of Islam. The religion of Christianity does not make it clear enough for you to know the truth. You will say, man, go on. Yeah, I'm going on, but I'm going on with the truth to you. In the Bible, as I said, the truth is covered up by symbolism. and you don't know what the symbolism is. Look at those horses in the Bible that he tells you they are speaking. The Holy Quran does not use no such fancies. But the Bible uses all of this to blind you to the knowledge of truth. And I saw another horse come out, and on him was such and such type of rider. These are governments that he's referring to of his own civilization. But he don't want you to know the truth that it's referring to him, because the picture of it looks ugly. Then I saw another horse, a black horse, and his rider had a pair of balances in his hand. This is you and me in our time of the control of the world, that we have been robbed of the truth by balance, and that this rider is your people on that black horse. This is one thing that they don't deny, that the black man will be last. Even in this symbolism of teaching, he still is declaring that the black man will be the last. My friends, to get born and nourished into the knowledge, not the knowledge, into the civilization of the devil, the white race, you cannot realize it until you have been made right in the understanding of the truth. Then you understand then that you will submit to the knowledge of it. Well, let us move along. I'm not going to run. Hurry, you didn't run to get here when I called you 40 years ago. So this time, I'm going to take my time because I know what is going to take place. Allah has taught me what's going to take place in this time. Some of it I don't like to tell you. It won't make you feel so good. And so I want you to feel good while I'm teaching you. Let us get back again at the time. If the Bible teaches you that the devil will have the power over the people to rule them until God come and destroy him, this is true, and that God prepared hell for him and the day that he was made. Think over that. Before ever the man was made, hell was prepared for him. Now, if the Bible teaches you that, Christian believers, why you want to go along with it? Since his destination is hell. But you say, I don't know when that will be. Neither do you. No one is given that hour but God himself, and then he passes it over to that angel that you read of in the Revelation that places one foot on water and one on land. The preachers used to fancy in that. Of course, they didn't get too far from the truth. They used to say that the angel would ask God, how loud must that sound? He's making a little fancy there. I used to hear my father preach it, and he'd put fancy to it because he didn't know. But to do our own fantasies, is removed, and the light of the truth must shine so clear that you cannot claim there was a cloud between you and it. This is the little boy that is talking to you now. There is nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. I'm like it's written there, where it says in the Bible that for that great and dreadful day I will send you Elijah, and he shall prepare the way. He must have enough converts to lay claim to the devil's world that God has some people in it. And we can't execute judgment on the enemy until we separate them. Separate the enemy from the righteous. So the first thing he did, he declared all of us righteous. How did he do that? Because you follow Satan in all that you do of evil, you've gotten it from Satan. So now Satan is to be destroyed, and God has come to take that which is not his and give him his own. Now, how are we going to escape? It's plain. What you was doing, you was following after him, the devil. Now God comes and declares you to be not one of the devils, that you are one of the righteous. You say, I haven't been right. No, you haven't. That which you was unrighteous in was not yours. That was the devil, his work. And you had no teacher to argue with the devil that his works that he has caused us to do was not our work by nature, because we are not a devil by nature. So being deceived by the devil, and we didn't know who he was, we didn't have no teacher of our own to tell us to come back, don't follow that man. He kept them away from us. When they come in the country, he kept them among himself. And we never knew any of them was here, because we didn't know ourselves. We used to wonder why these black Africans come in here and he show more respect to them than they do us. We all look alike. He was trying to keep your black brother from Africa from mixing with you to teach you some truth of that which he had lied on. That you are learning today, because as it is written in the vision of the dream of Jacob, that he saw a ladder reaching from heaven to the earth, and angels ascending and descending. Well, you didn't never understood what it was, because he had put your mind so far in spooks. Something that is not a person. It's something like air out here, and a form is out there of air in air. Well, you just didn't never understand. If he saw a ladder reaching from earth to heaven, and angels ascending and descending, this was people, and this is the connection link. This is what prophets, teachers of God, is one to be done, that the people in the devil's civilization come out, go up to Allah, the ladder of time and teaching. So, why Jacob saw this ladder, which means the connecting of you and I with the God righteous people that is called angels. It is true that he was looking at the end of his time, that the people he had deceived would one day be connected with the people of righteousness, and that they would be going from heaven and from the earth where they live. Today you'll find this in the Muhammad Speak newspaper on the front page over the head of it. Black man locking hands with black man. This has that interpretation that we who has been lost from the way to get to God in the heaven that he prepared for us is now coming to pass, that you can shake hands with your brother all the way around the earth. He will respect you, highly expect you if you say that I'm a follower of Elijah or believe. He recognized the fact that this man is the man we've been looking for to join us together again. Their sanctity comes to me sometime almost weekly, because they recognize what I mean. This is the day of uniting. Africa is uniting with us, because as the Holy Quran teaches, they heard a caller calling to the right way. Therefore, they are here among you today, plentiful, sanctity, walking around with the mouth shut, waiting for a certain time to open it. So the time given to the white man is up, and he don't deny it. He don't deny his time is not up. He preaches it himself. As in the Holy Quran, it is said there that where he tries to clear himself of misleading you, he says, I did not cause them to go astray. I just called them and they come. He said, I'm not responsible. They are responsible. He goes to try to show some things he have did to try to open your eyes. But he know you are not going to open up. And he couldn't tell it strong like God sent messenger, because by nature he was made to hide the truth. When you go to the white man to sit down for him to teach you the truth, he misleads you, because the truth is against him, and the truth is his doom. So never go to him looking for no truth from him. He's not made of the material. When he was made a liar and made to oppose truth and to oppose you that believe in it. Oh yes, I'm taking my time this afternoon. I was looking at the lift profession, how it is taught in the Holy Quran, but I don't think that you should be worried about that. Neither should I. We go a little closer to the teachings of truth and how the enemy, the white man, hates it. The greatness of man is this subject here. In chapter 2 of the Quran, under the name the cow. This is the name of the chapter because it's teaching about the devils worshiping a cow. So they took cow for their subject. Here we read in chapter 2, 34th and 35th verse, reads like this. And when we said to the angels, be submissive to Adam, they submitted. But Iblis did not. He refused and was proud. This is the devil, white man. And he was one of the disbelievers. Now what is said here, he was one of the disbelievers, it means that there was just a stronger opposition and opposing by us here at this time as it was in the days of Adam. And when we said, O Adam, dwell thou and thy wife in the garden, and eat from it a plenteous food. Now listen what it says here now. And approach not this tree. This tree is the devil. Lest you be of the unjust. We have already experienced this. Now, we have for many years followed the devil, and what he said was the truth. And now, for taking his advice, we are here now being brought up to the knowledge of the truth of this man. And that next verse says, reads like this, and as to those who disbelieved in the rejection of our messenger, they are the companions of the Father, and they will abide. What fire can they abide in? You can't abide in a literal fire, but the fire he is referring to is the punishment of what you will get in this life for not accepting the truth. You will be unsuccessful in carrying out that which you think you have of the truth. If it is not of Allah and the message that he gives his servant, you cannot be successful. And the Holy Quran teaches us, you want to know the successful one? This is the way it teaches. Those that believe in Allah and His Messenger, they are the successful ones. Over here in the 45th verse, it reads of the same chapter 2. It reads like this. Seek assistance through prayer Think over that. Some of us don't never pray at all. Only when we do get in trouble. Then we are like a man sinking at sea. He never believed that Allah will help him until he's going down in the water of Allah. That water Allah made. And it can sink us as good as it can make us to feel joyful by riding on its back. And seek assistance through patience and prayer. And this is hard except for the humble ones, because they don't pray. And when they need to pray, and their most troublesome time of life disaster, they don't know how to pray. They didn't believe in Allah in the beginning. But He will call on Allah, any God that is powerful enough to hold back the power of the water to keep it from drowning. This, the Holy Quran teaches that Pharaoh did not never pray and recognize God, that He was the all-wise and the most powerful one, until he started sinking in the Red Sea. Lungs getting full of water, he knew that was the end of him. So the Holy Quran teaches, then he said to Allah, recognizing His greatness and power over him, he called on Him in Arabic, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. So by admitting that Allah was the greatest, after death had taken hold of his body to take him in, Allah at that moment, recognizing Him to be the greatest, whom He had opposed all his life, that He now given him an over-drink of water in which he was supposed to live by. His lungs all filled up now with water. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allah heard him. Think over that. He heard him, and he's taken those two words. Think over that. To make them live in order to convince other disbelievers that if you call upon Him and recognize Him to be the greatest, He will pardon you of your sins. So He pardoned Pharaoh and caused Pharaoh to be talked about and be honored, and those who had or would have the knowledge of truth, that this king opposed Adam, opposed Moses, until he had no air in his lungs to continue to oppose. But by recognizing Allah as being the greatest, that was recognizing Allah to be greater than he was. So Allah forgave him, though he was dying. But He made His name to be remembered. This time is referring only to the white man and those who willfully, after knowing, will continue to follow. Though they had a chance, God forgive them if they would leave the devil and come to him and go back to the people, because they are not guilty of the devil's sin, and he have declared them to be free of the devil's sin. So the angel is a very beautiful sight here. He put one foot on water and one on land, so the book says, the Bible. This is true universally out of both books. Here is the secret of it. The man was raised excuse me, off of the food and water out of the earth, and out of the water he ate food to survive. So the angel is cutting them off from both. He puts his foot on land and on water too, because without either one of these you can't exist. So his left feet, the book teaches us, and his left hand and his right hand and his right foot, the right hand and the right foot hanging on water, and the left foot hanging on both water and land. So there must be a division made now. Since you've gotten your life out of both, I have to declare that the time that you was to feed from both is up. Time, know now, will soon know no more. The time given to the enemy is up, and it won't be known anymore. God is declaring that he won't exist in no form, nor will his way of teaching the people will exist. So he's got to go, he and all his work. The 45th verse says, seek assistance through patience and prayer. You need to have both. You need to say your prayer, and you need to be patient. So wait on the Lord and don't try to run ahead. Because you can't be the head runner. You will run into something that you cannot put out of your way. Very beautiful. So if you get in a hurry, ask the Lord to assist you to be patient. In the 46th verse of the second surah here, in Arabic, they call a chapter surah in the Quran. We call them chapters in the English language. He says, who know that they will meet their Lord, and that to him they will return. This is the believer, the Muslim. They know that they again will meet with their Lord, like the Bible teaches too. Because he came to them, they recognized him to be God. And he put the faith into their heart to continue to believe, like oil is put in a burning vessel to keep light. So therefore you five wise and five foolish have a place here in this. Those who know that the bridegroom was coming, they kept the lamp burning. And those who didn't believe it, they let the oil burn out. And the noise was made. Here is the bridegroom. Go out to meet him. These were surprised because their belief had gone out. And they had no belief that he was coming back. Just like oil burn out of a lamp. And that the oil have no more power to give light. So that's the way it was with half of these who started out. All had oil. All had the faith. But it went away from them. As the Holy One refers to this kind of time of those who turn hypocrites, time came prolonged and hearts hardened. That shows you how the people love this world. They can't have patience to wait too long for an execution of it by divine. So they get unhappy and restless, and they say something similar to what we find over here in the Bible. In Paul's epistle, he says, they would say, why have we walked mournfully? And the wicked, meaning those that is not doing this, they are happy. And here we going around mournful looking. But the Lord heard this saying. And the Bible says, when he write up his people, those that was afraid to turn back into the world, he said, those will be his. These will be mine. When a man is brave to break the law of God, which is good, then he's defying God to bring about his execution to him for breaking the law. Because he's disregarding it and he don't like it. And he goes back to the enemy of God to join up with him again. Then when he sees the approaching doom, he will want to go back in and join up with God. But our Lord is not cheap. He is self-independent. He so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son to save the world. Wrong. God never was so foolish to give the best angel to save the wicked. His only begotten Son means he is the only one that was raised from the mental death and was prepared by God by teaching him how to teach the people to bring them back to a mental life. So, I'm here calling you to return to your own. What's wrong with your own that you don't like it when you are the beginning and the end of this world? You begin this world from making it from you. and me. Yaqub, the father of the Caucasian race. He made the Caucasian from out of a weak germ of us. He didn't go out and get something that was not already in existence to make him a man. He come right back to himself and looked into the germ of the black man and found the man. Therefore, it is true that you are the first and will be the last. No man can produce another man equal to the black man without going to the black man. As we go along, you will notice that we're leaving nothing to be explained. No. If you would ask me questions after I'm ready to dismiss myself, remember now that you don't ask the question that I have already answered. I'm not going to leave no question for you. Allah warns us here in the 44th verse of the second surah or chapter. He says, do you enjoin men to be good? Do you enjoin men to do good? Or in words he said, do you teach other men to do good and neglect your own life? Do you enjoin men to be good and neglect your own souls while you read the book? You read the book. It teaches you to be good. Bible and Holy Quran. And then if you don't be good while teaching others to be good, you will be the loser and they will be the winner. Because they did good, they believed in it. But you being the preacher of good and then neglect to be good yourself. I'm saying this, did you think just the name was going to save you? No. You have to be saved by works. Your work will save you. But not telling others and you not doing your own teaching yourself. Very good. He draws our attention to some acts of Israel. O children of Israel, call to mind my favor which I bestowed on you, and be faithful to your covenant with me. A covenant is agreement. I shall fulfill my covenant with you, and me alone should you fear. There is no God to fear beyond God. He is the chief of all gods. I am the Lord thy God, he says to Israel, and me alone should you fear. And do not set up another God besides me. Don't try seeking another God to try and make him my equal. Yeah. The devil is powerful all right enough, but he's no equal to me. This is why Allah makes a messenger or apostle to contend with an opposer of his. He's not enough for God himself to attack. So Allah makes an apostle to attack him and show his apostle how to win. Because he knows both. He knows the devil and he knows his apostle. His apostle is from God himself, the beginning of man. From this, he makes the apostle aware of all the arts and all of the attacks of Satan, all of his arguments, then given the knowledge how to refute the enemy's arguments, given the knowledge how to make the enemy to bow to him. This is true. As I'm here, the enemy do bow to me. I'm going to tell you this as the time is up. I'm put here in the answer to what you read in the Bible that Jesus said of himself, that he would get done whatever he will, and whatever Allah will, they both was together in the will. For a little you think of it, I'm just like that. Whatever I will, Allah will make it to come to pass. Since Jesus recognized the fact that he was not that man, that prophet, that one that will come in the last day, he was not that. He had to die for his mistake. What was the mistake? The mistake was that he thought he was on time. But he learned that he was not on the time to usher in the judgment of this world. So then he prophesied and admitted that he was ahead of time. He was not on time for it. So then he prophesied in his acknowledgement of his failure to come on the due time of the end of the world, that he couldn't do it because it was before the time of the world. So then he prophesied, but, in words he says, when he comes, what he is that? He said of one that Moses prophesied of. And now I see through the Moses prophesied that that man is yet to come. He will give life to the dead. And he will destroy the enemy that I am ready and hopes to destroy, that I am ahead of the time. So, in words he was saying, keep waiting. He will be alone, whom the Father will send from himself. I guess you say you're preaching too long. But when you go to analyze what is written, it takes you longer to do that than the writer. The writer could soon write it out, but he didn't know what he had wrote. So, I say, my beloved listeners, that it takes more time to untangle the entanglement than it did to tangle it up. Now, if this, and it is, the end of the world, you should know what the world is and what it has done contrary to the world that is coming in. So that you won't later say, I didn't see nothing wrong with the people. And that if they said they was wrong, why didn't they prove this? Why didn't they prove that? Well, we're here to prove it. Let us take one instance. You see, pardon me, I'm always getting short somewhere. You see that the white man's world is now dying a natural death. Everything he lays hand to is a failure. If he were ruling in righteousness according to the teachings of the prophets of old, he would be prosperous instead of being unsuccessful, even in that which he has prospered. He has prospered and been successful in his wicked way. So now a righteous one comes, which is an enemy to the enemies of evil. He sets up his kingdom on the very base of righteousness. He gets a servant to champion his world and makes him so firm that he is declared to be like a rock, a stone that is capable of breaking up stones. That if a stone falls on that stone, it will break to pieces. And if this stone falls on that stone, grind it to powder. He's a tough stone. So if you have a stone that you want to build on, get one that won't crack if you put other stones on it. So the Bible says, symbolizing the man in a stone, he said, he's a stone that is a tried stone. We don't make no mistake that stone won't stand up and hold the weight. We have already tried it. And since we have tried the stone that we want to build on, we want this building to stand. So we build it on a stone that will stand. I'm not here just to preach to you John went to Nineveh, but I'm here to preach you why the trip was made for Jonah. I don't want you to think that I'm up here trying to show off. I'm up here doing my work that God sent me to do. You notice that here in the desert, as Moses gave to us some history of his travels with Israel and the desert, which also must be interpreted, because it all reaches back at us. And if we don't know why he was out there in the desert doing what he did, that it is a history made to reach us here today, we must prove it. So, what I'm telling you is what he prophesied. He said, the Lord thy God will rise up from among your brethren, a prophet like me. How is he like Moses? Jesus verified Moses' thing, that God will send us a prophet like Moses. Well, number one, Moses went after a people that had been deceived by people. He got the hold to Pharaoh, who was an enemy to Moses and his people. And so in this history, it gives us more light on the last messenger and his way. I'm not going to preach that sermon now. I'm just catching up as I go along. What you really need, it is knowledge of understanding. For misunderstanding is the hell to man. So, I'm here to give to you the understanding of that, of divine, which you have failed to get from the enemy of divine. Let you see what he looked like from the inside out. Then if you want to, after he has deceived you, to continue to live in his deceiving, that's up to you. No place in the history and in the scriptures that you will find where the last messenger will like to argue with you after he gives the truth to you. He leave you to later ponder over it, or you can go on disbelieving it until the truth, bearing witness to the truth of the messenger, coming from God in his actions against you. There is many things in the scripture which some of you think that you still have the freedom to do as you please. You can't continue to do as you please in this world, because Allah is erasing this world. So you won't have no place to carry on your evil. The other people, they are all righteous, and they won't allow you to live in their righteous world with your evil from the devil of this world, whom they are destroying. You can't hold on to this. This is what I'm telling you. You are not free to hold on to it. You are not free to act. I reckon I'll eat up the mic after a while. I keep on. This is a free world, granting you the freedom of doing like this world do. Now, the next world coming in, you won't be free to do anything you want to. You will have to do just one thing that world rules, laws, and regulations bring to us. You take, for instance, that this devil, having the freedom to do evil and to teach us evil, He did not allow interference by prophets. He worked against them, so says the Bible. He beat and he enslaved them, imprisoned them, and then killed them, because there was not one in his world. He was to rule the people by wickedness and not by righteousness. So I being, as the book teaches you, the last of the prophets. He won't put that small time stuff over on me. Because Allah have caged me in His mercy and protection. Therefore, you can't get to me no more than you can get to God in the way of doing harm. Now this I shall tell you. He have made me like Himself. Whatever I do and whatever I want done or will, they use the word will, like He Himself, it will come to pass, don't worry. This is just as much important as I'm teaching you the knowledge of him, the devil, that you should know the teacher. You're not going to see God coming down from heaven and stand here beside me to verify. Here where the verification comes from Him. If I see you continue to be contrary to what I am teaching you of yourself and the will of God, that will is in me too. You see? And if you fail, Allah will let my will be done on you. My wife is at home, gradually dying, but I didn't want her to die in a hospital, lest Satan would boast that her, the wife of the messenger, his God couldn't save her and he couldn't save her. So, okay. Then we went out. See a line there? I knew he would have something to say. That thing that he said would weaken your faith in me and God, whom you have never known. And you never did know the God that he preached to you, because it never exists only himself. There's no such thing as a God living upstairs. As one preacher I know in the South, I used to go to his church just to hear him get on this part, that God, or that the earth is God's footstool and the heaven is His throne. So I kept listening at that preacher, kept listening. I said, he got something like right there. And he did have something right. The earth is His footstool. This planet we on is the first planet that was made with life on it from the sun, regardless to the astronomy saying Mercury is the first planet. Mercury was not the first planet that was made. Mercury is a sign. It's a sign of Allah's messenger. Oh, that if you had time. The planet must be so close to the sun that the astronomers think that no life could exist. There it's too hot. Suppose now that we would be drawn through the atmosphere of the earth to the sun through cold that is so terrific that we couldn't live in that cold. The cold is always near and surrounded by a planet of light. You'll get where there is no such thing as a planet to mar the atmosphere with its water. You are getting into an altogether different universe to the one you come out of, because you come out of a universe around your earth saturated with water. When you get into a dry space where there is no water to chill that space, you can't tell nobody what that space feels like to you since you are made of water. So you've got to put on something to shield yourself from being destroyed by dry space. Let me keep on. I'm not going to teach astronomy on that to you, as God have taught me most everything I see, most everything I see, and most everything I hear. He have taught me that. Did you not remember reading in the Bible in Psalms where David says that God had opened his ears and that to make him to hear, and his eyes to make him to see? These two factors of man, David picked up on it, and God taught it, even to the knowledge of birds and their language. He told me that he went in Africa, in the jungles, and learned the language of the birds. So I thought over this, and I smiled. I said to myself, well, when is you going to teach me the language of birds? Why did not he say the beast? Because that is the more finer characteristics about a bird than that is by a beast. This revelationer, he refers to this devil as a beast due to his characteristics. It's similar to a wild beast. Well, I guess you think you're getting away from your subject. No, I'm teaching my subject. If you don't know the messenger who brought the message from God, how can you learn the sender? You've got to learn the messenger and his message, which he has brought to you, all but forcing you to listen, to learn the sender, God himself. You think that I'm stepping out the way when I say that I am sent from God. The people of earth been hearing that ever since that they made an enemy to man for 6,000 years. And that I'm only verifying what the others said. I verify them, and they have verified me before I was born. And after they prophesied that Elijah will come and must come, he must come. Why? He must come to make a new path. for his people. They're in the wrong path. That path they're in is a crooked path. The people don't live upright in that path because it's so crooked. Like the snake, serpent. The snake is so crooked that you got to follow his trail around to find out where he went. You couldn't stand at the end of the line and look straight down the trail or the track that he made while he was crawling. You had to follow it, because that curve there is subject to turn anyway. Right? And that if you don't follow the curves that he's making, you won't overtake it. So Allah have made me to follow the curve and catch him. Theology of time. What time? The devil's time. Not our time. They didn't put up a clock for us. The timepiece that was given to us, it don't never run down. We all want to live, says the Bible in Quran. We have history of prophets and non-prophets living a long time. The Bible says by David that the wicked doesn't live out half their time. Well, that's right. But every man, the history that we read in the Bible and in other books and in the scriptures of the Holy Quran, all these long livers was prophets or something of the kind, some righteous person. Not a wicked person, but righteous, because the wickedness of the wicked destroys the wicked man. Because by nature, man was not made to destroy himself unless he be guided by a destroyer. We die quick under the guidance of the white man, because that he comes here to live for just a few days and go. Oh yes, brothers, I'm going to let you go after a while. Boss back here says it's 10 minutes after 4. And that I've been going for an hour and a half. Well, look like to me we're getting a new time fixer. I thought I was the boss of my time here. But I'm getting to learn that I have a boss too. I feel pretty good, brother, and I don't feel like I've been teaching for 30 minutes. I sat up and laid around my poor wife, suffering with pains and whatnot, and I prayed over her. And so I don't care anything about too much sleep, no way. God didn't make me to sleep very long. he told me, he told others that was there listening at it. He said he will be like myself. He said about a couple of hours will be sufficient for him to sleep. So, I sit up and lay around on the side of the bed, honoring her in her helpless state of sickness. So I noticed, would sleep sound as long as I was laying around on the bed or sitting there where she opened her eyes and see me. So I hated to leave out for the sake of one to sleep and rest. What kind of sleep and rest did God prepare for me? He didn't prepare no sleep and rest for me. No. If I'm to be like him, he don't have no rest. He worked night and day. And I have to work night and day. So when people get restless, you better let them go. Don't they turn to be something else that you'll have another job to do. Of course, I'm not talking about brother back here. He just feels for me because he thinks I'm not too well. But he don't know. He's looking at the weakness of the body. And I'm looking at the strong faith of the body. That it can sustain the body. Strong belief in the security of you. Security of the power of God. You can't get too weak because weakness did not bring us into the world. Someday I'll come in there, GT, and the FOI class, and if they ask me to tell them what I meant by this word, I will teach to them. But I should give you a hint here. Man was created in haste. Therefore, he's hasty. That is true. So now you study on this till I get you in your classes. Then I'll teach you what that means. In fact about it, I'm not risen up from among my brethren. You are my brothers. I'm not risen up among you into the knowledge of divine to not be able to answer to that physical fact, because it is true. And you will bear me witness whenever I explain to you that couldn't be nothing else but the answer. This is mentioned in the Holy Quran, that Allah created you, and then he make complete you. But the man that was made from us, he was created in haste. His time is short. He must hurry and get busy doing his work. But this is not quite the answer yet. And I can't answer it here, but I'll answer it in your classes or to your teacher. So the brother, I think, is getting hungry, and I'm so full and nice. He may have lots of work to do, and I'm doing my work. Today I had many subjects to just to sketch on with you and show you the truth of them. But since that so many other things has popped up in front of those subjects, I didn't intend it, but just give to you the knowledge of them in a few words. So since the time the brother thinks is closing up, that I should keep standing up here is up. That I should go ahead home and teach you again. I said to you, my beloved brothers and sisters, I'm not going to say beautiful brothers and sisters. You can't be beautiful until you accept Islam. That is true. The mark of the devil will remain on you until removed by Allah in Islam. So, when you accept Islam, you start getting beautiful again. And we love to be beautiful because I see you all the time at the glass. So come follow me, sisters. You will be beautiful. I have a little box sitting over here in the corner. Oh, yeah, you can peep at them. They're in the working. They're going to be so beautiful until you admire their shadow a mile away. Oh, yes, they get on like that. That's why they don't leave. If they wasn't getting beautiful, they'd be going. But they're in the process now. And they believe that the end will be a beautiful woman. And that's right. Allah didn't come here to make us ugly. He didn't come here to let us remain ugly. Everyone that accepts Him, He starts you to growing into a new-like growth. And that growth is a beautiful person. I'm your teacher. Wait and see what I was going to say. Maybe you wouldn't be clapping. Yes, you was clapping right. So you watch me. If I grow in ugliness, who said you was pretty? But I only say this to tell you that the Holy Quran teaches us that you that turn to righteousness in this day and time, at the end of the Caucasian War, Allah will make you grow into a new growth. And He told me about it when He was with me. So He said, no, brother. He said, we will have no ugly people. We will have no people with gray hair and bald headedness. He said, brother, all our hair and all our black hair, the color will come back to us. And the Holy Quran said this is done by Him blessing the righteous and growing into a new growth. Instead of you growing and aging up into decay stops.
on the other side. No more decay. He told me, he said, we will look the same as we were when we were 16 years old. And that we keep that same look, beautiful and tender, as we find in David. He wanted to God to turn him back into tender age and turn him back into the energy that he had when he was in his teens. That he referred to it as a young goat, so he could run, leap, and jump. Well, all of this he proved that we will be just that. And the Holy One teaches us that the hereafter is something to be prayed for and desired. You don't say, just like that, but as you move on in days, months, and years, you're becoming a different person altogether. I used to, right here in Chicago, teach you 6 long hours. Sometime I would double it. I remember once out in Robin, Illinois, I doubled it. I started teaching there in the town hall at 7 o'clock that evening and dismissed the people at 7 o'clock the next morning. When I am feeling very well, like I am now, I would teach you all night and all day. When I was in Washington, making temple number 4, that's temple number 4 there. I used to dismiss the group and go to some of the sisters' home to have dinner. When I get there, some of the group from the temple had already arrived. They know probably where I was going to have dinner. They all were sitting there just eager, as it was when they arrived at the temple. Where's Sister Dorothy? Stand up, Sister Dorothy. Over here to my left. Over here in the box. This sister, she used to work in the secretary work there at that time. So I loved apple pies. So when I would get to her house that evening, she'd probably have me a nice, beautiful apple pie. So then I would try to go for it, along with some lamb she had roasted. And here comes in the whole temple, almost there. I began to have 2 thoughts about them. I wonder which one was I preaching to you, food, physical food or spiritual food. This sister standing here is the sister of the brother that is now my son-in-law. And she was a wonderful and a faithful sister. When I and others, her husband even, was in jail there in Washington, the district jail, for preaching Islam, as they were going into war and they didn't want no hindrance. As they confessed to me, that's all we put you in jail for, that you will not be out in the public preaching to your people. That preaching that you're preaching, he says, which will prevent the successful prosecution of the war between us, Japan, and Germany. He said, not what you're teaching, that it is not what should be taught, but we just want you put up to keep you from teaching it while we're trying to fight these two people, Germany and Japan. Not what you are teaching now. And I looked at him. I said, how can you put me up for the teaching if you don't put me up for what I'm teaching? So when I came back here to face the parole officer down in the loop of the USA, he admitted the same. He said, listen, Muhammad, you go ahead and teach what you always have been teaching. Teach the teaching just like you have. Nobody's going to bother you. And he confessed that we were just at war and we didn't want you to be out there telling your people that they had no rights into this war. They would have been just like you. And nobody would have been able to go through the war like it should have been gone through, as it should have been gone through with. Well, my brothers, I guess I have to obey the boss. He keep on standing back. He'll frown. I don't know what he's frowning for, whether it's hunger. He may have a call by himself that it's time to come and feed the body before the spirit go out. You know why that I'm so long in my teachings to you? You never have heard it before. And to try to untangle the snake that have gotten himself caught up, or rather we caught up with him. And he swallowed us so deep that it takes us a long time pressing his body to push us up to his mouth to get us out of it. But I have enjoyed you, and I wish that it was so, that you could come here tomorrow and we just keep teaching. You're going to be surprised at what you have not learned of the knowledge of self and others. You're going to be surprised. If Almighty God, Allah, makes me to be able enough as I am now, I will be back here Sunday, next Sunday. I'm charged with the delivery of the message. Not a one of you is charged with that, because the message was given to me. And if I have 40 million helpers, every one of them is helping. Not that they are responsible for the message. If you read the Quran and Bible, I'm the only one God will hold responsible for you not getting the truth. Because He gave me the truth, and the way He gave it to me like a flowing spring, are like a flowing fountain. The fountain have enough drink in it to give everyone drink that come to drink. You don't need a new fountain. Just try and drink up what this fountain. So in the holy city Mecca, there is a well there. Call it the well of Zamzam. It also in its name means one forever. And that the righteous drinks this literal water. But they shall drink the spiritual truth from Allah, in which they will never be able to get to the end of it. There's so much. Now that this sign here is a sign of the truth that the messenger brings to you. Yes, sir. He is the well himself. It made me to think over Jesus talking to the wicked woman who had been so wicked all her life. She was a woman that was filled with adultery, and that she married one husband after another. Of course, she would not be anything today if she was here. She'd laugh at her 7 husbands being a small beginning. But I'm not going to go into the interpretation of that. But I will some day when I have more time. But that well there, I drank out of it myself. It's water that is very light and easy to digest in your body and my body. I tried it. Little boys come around serving you with it. They expect you to give them a little something. And so I kept reaching for another cup. I wanted to know whether or not that this water was really health water and would not have any effect on your body. So I kept drinking cupful after cupful. When I left from there, my stomach felt just as light as it did when I came there. I said, that must be the well that you drink out of, and you don't need to be thirsty, because you can drink a plenty of that water and it don't lay heavy on your stomach. Of course, the spiritual side of the teaching of the well never go dry in the Bible and hold up on board. That it is referring to the spiritual well of God. So I'm going to get out of here and go home just because I feel good, that I don't stand up here and well, that good feelings of yours. You know, we go so far at a thing, then we begin to settle down in it. Then we don't need to be called to come to it, then we are already in it. So you have been listening to me for quite a while, and so I'm going to now to turn you back over in the hand of our assistant minister to let him see whether or not that you brought him anything other than just preaching. That the man can't preach if he get hungry. But I'm so happy that Allah made me feel well today to talk to you. So I'm going to say to you that visit us today. I love you so well. If I had a table for each one of you, I would tell the brothers to put the food on it. I can, by the help of Allah, feed every one of you that is here and won't be in the break line tomorrow, begging for me some bread. I did feed 10,000 once. And I still can feed 10,000. Not that I'm boasting that I have lots of money to do so, nor am I boasting that I will cause some miraculous thing like the Bible said happened to Jesus to feed 7,000 people. It would be very similar to that, but I don't call it a miraculous thing. I could give 20,000 of you. This is not exaggerating. This afternoon, eat all you want. But after you eat all you want, Allah makes it to appear to me I have not give away nothing. I don't miss it. I don't go home sitting down and say, if I had not give all them people that food, I'd have had some. So this is true. I never miss nothing I give you. Nothing. So I thank you. Don't you will be telling me, well, we thank you that we can give you. But I'm just happy to look at you, and I just want to talk with you. First, I want to say to all of you teachers of any other organization other than Islam, and if it's Islam, I thank Allah for you being present this afternoon to hear what Elijah Muhammad have to say. And if you want to question me, plenty, all you want to write me at 4847 Woodlawn, 4847 Woodlawn, 4847 Woodlawn. So I thank you. I'm going to turn you back in the hands of our assistant minister, Minister Shah. That name is from one of the set, which were three of the scientists from Muhammad teachings. This Shah or Shatter, as you may find it in some phrase of that language, wrote. They were scientists on Islam and helped building up the Holy Quran that Muhammad said he saw and was given. Well, not say he saw, but the words that was given to him from Allah. They put them in a book called Holy Quran. Holy Quran, and one of the most finest meanings to us is a book of healing. It means healing, and it is healing us of the wound of Satan. So I'm going to turn you back into the hand of him, and he will dismiss you soon. And you help him. I tell you, the way to help him to do this job real quick. Don't wait till he asks you for a donation. Just hey, here you are. So let us stand. I'm turning you back in the hands of my system to dismiss you now. I'm not asking you to stand and get up, go out as soon as you see my back to him. You stay here and see what he has to say. So in the name of Allah, may the peace and the blessings of Allah go with you wherever you may go, and bless you in understanding the knowledge of His word as I have given it to you. Assalamu alaikum.
All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. You may be seated. Who was that said I was not a big man? I know I'm a big man now, I can't. There are so many of you in here, you have darkened our temple out so that I can hardly see you. That's really something. Oh, yes. You'll find anybody out there calling me little man. Tell them, you go down to that temple. You will find he's not a little man, he's a big man. I'm really happy to see you here. I feel more happier today than any day I have been out here. You see, I'm not cheated like that Baptist preacher was in the South. He just kept going to the church to preach to lots of people. He wanted a church to pastor. You know how some of these fellows are about that. So when he would go out, the people will come and they'd start talking about their Saturday night parties while in the church. And just look it up at him every now and then. And he got tired of that. So last once, he went out, carried his Bible case with him, and he set it up on his Bible stand. He opened it up. He pulled out a quart of whiskey, set it down to his left. And he pulled out a 45 and put it down to his right. He laid his Bible in between the two. He said, brothers and sisters, my text today is some of these things will move you. So you are lucky today that I don't have that
to do. You're already here. So something have moved you. As long as something is moving you, that makes me feel good. But when you go to people and nobody moving, then you're in bad shape. We have always here a program in which maybe you don't like too much. It's a program of doing something for self. With millions of us here in America, and with millions out of America, we are trying to say to you in words that you're going to have to move. The people on the outside is pushing in. And they don't have this kind of weapons. They don't come in talking. They want to come in shooting. And I want to teach you how to get out of the way. One place in the Holy Quran, and there's another place in the Bible, where it says that we have heard of this ever since our fathers fell asleep. You've been telling us this. Well, God, as the Bible said, do not wish to destroy any of us. He wishes that we come to understanding and believe and accept your arm, so that he could take you home into your arms and not carry you to hell with the devil. He's forced to do that if you don't accept. But if you will accept, he even give you a little time. Hold the works back until you can make up your mind. But the time today has been that you have been given this time very, very long, overdue. If you had not been here, the devil would have been destroyed as soon as his time was up in 1914. But since you were here, and you are the one that God is seeking, then the time is delayed because you delayed yourself. So I'm here to tell you today, like that last angel. That last angel said, time knoweth not, will soon know no more. So I'm with him. I can easily bear him witness to that truth. The time that you have known will be no more. They are tired of giving you time. So, as I heard my father make some imaginations on that trumpet, he said Gabriel will blow a trumpet, that it is into parts, and that each part measured 9 foot, which made the trumpet 27 feet long. He used to preach that fire stuff. Oh, brother, it looked like that you wouldn't hardly be able to get ready. So I'm saying to you that trumpet, I don't say 9 feet each length of it, but I said this, that the time that you have known will soon know no more. These people is getting ready, and I'm trying to hurry you and myself to get ready. Hurry, lay hold to your arm. This is what I'm here for. We have, as you know, our program. It is doing something for yourself. And that if God will give to you and me the kingdom, we have to learn how to keep up the kingdom. Give a man something and then he don't know how to keep it up. You're wasting time. We must learn how to keep it up, as the Bible teaches us that you're raised up to rebuild the waste city. That's here in your Bible. So, those who will waste the cities is the one that we want to stay out of the way of, because they will be causing trouble. I'm looking for cable people to help me to put this job over and put it over at once. So I find here Mr. Percy Coggins, a medical doctor. Well, we be sick sometime, brother, don't worry. You have something to do. Because we are not in our own and we are not acting ourselves. Mr. Patrick Coggins, the deputy, we have some people around here that gets out of their places sometimes. I don't know what kind of deputy you are. But however, Mr. Coggins, if you are one of those that picks up people who is not in their right orbit, we need you. And Mr. Patrick, deputy administrator, and legal consultant. Thank you for visiting us. These are the kind of people we're looking for. And also Dr. Houston X. Kelly, medical doctor. We need you doctors. Don't you hear my voice kind of bad? Dr. Joseph Smith, he's a doctor. Mr. Earl T. Better, teacher. If I mispronounce your names, well, just like for me, I got to school and they was closing. Mrs. Ambrosi M. Jones, manager, traveling agent, HFC. I like you too, because we travel a lot. You know, to tell you the truth, some of our people had never left the community that they was born in. Islam went and moved them out. They are traveling. Islam will certainly put you on the road. Dr. E.T. Johnson, surgery. Oh, no, I don't want you. No surgery, brother. No. I need all of my skin. Dr. Cedric, ex-Clark, professor. We need you. You're a professor. We're not one ourselves. Charles 19X James, teacher. Carl 4X Morris, engineer. I should have you standing, shouldn't I? Every time I call your name, so we'll know who to call on. So that a fellow don't beat you out of the job when we call. You know? That is right. These are doctors. We always need a doctor sometime. Charles 19X James, teacher. We need plenty of teachers. May you stand. Let's see how you look. Where are you?
Yeah. Yeah. The secretary, probably the brothers in the school section. Carl 4XM Morris, engineer. He may be in this. Yes. Well, some of them is out, brother, and I don't get a hold of them. Excuse my delay here. I don't know what I'm going to call this one. Name or not, I didn't go to school, I told you. Is this brother Octavius? Octavius Ekron, director of the Roxbury Medical Techno Institution. Are you here? It is. Okay. Miss Clarina H. Aline, registered nurse. Are you here? Well, we need nurses. I need one right now. All the way in the back. Oh, yes. Thank you, sister. Mrs. Lucille M. Holland, administrator and assistant. Miss Lucille. So, I brought a Lucille here with me. And she was a nurse. Thank you, sister. Or rather, she is a nurse. No, that is not a nurse that I brought here. Ooh, look at the nurses here. Mrs. Kara Richard, nurse. You, Mrs. Richard. Thank you. Mrs. Dolores. No, wait a minute. Mrs. Audrey, you call off these because you went to school more than I did. So you call them off.
Mrs. Audrey Arrington, a nurse from Detroit.
Yes, she is.
Yes, sir, right there, sir. Mm-hmm. Miss Melinda Robinson, a nurse from Detroit.
Yes, she is.
Yes,
She's here.
Mr. Garland, contractor from San Francisco.
He's
right
here.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Corrine Elene, I believe it is, registered nurse. Yes, sir, she's in the back. She just raised her hand all the way in the back there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see her now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. E.T. Johnson. He's right here, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Cedric X. Clark. He must be in the school also. Mr. Patrick Coggins, the Deputy Administrator and Legal Consultant. Mr. Coggins?
He's not here.
No, sir. Mr. M. Forster, Electrical Contractor. He's right there, sir. He just stood in the back there. Mr.
I was
Forster?
just about to say he should
Mr.
not
Forster?
have missed. Since he's a contractor, we have work to do.
Yes, sir. Mr. Forster, would you stand, please? Mr. Archie Simpson, Electrical Contractor.
Yes, he's here.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. John Slade, Television Producer from Boston.
Yeah, he's here.
Thank
you, sir.
Mr. Steve Hussein, Black News Television, also from Boston. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Wesley Williams, Black News. Mr. Louis Overby, reporter, Christian Science. Mr. Earl X. Bracton, doctoral candidate and teacher.
Well, we don't see him.
Yes, sir. Dr. Kelly, Brother Dr. Houston A.X. Kelly, sir. Medical doctor from Boston.
From Boston?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's up in that corner of the United States where Goodwin comes up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Percy Coggins, a medical doctor. Mr. Percy Coggins?
Don't see him. I guess he have a patient. It's bad weather outside.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Joseph Smith, the medical doctor. There he is back there, sir, standing in the corner near the post. Mr. Smith, would you stand again, please?
He's here. Thank you for your presence. Okay. Well, we can say to you that we are real happy to have you present. We want you to know that we need your service, every one of you professional people. We can't come in and say, be well and you will be well. We have to get well. This weather seems to have me a little troubled up. So as soon as I can get myself well, then I will show you how I got well, and then you can start practicing. But I must go through with what all the others went through with. Remember the book. It says there when Job began the complaint that when God answered, he answered him out of the whirlwind. He come to him pretty tough. He asked Job to answer him then. Job was not ready to give answer to what he was asking. Those questions he asked, Job was question that Job had never been questioned on. Condemned Job. And the first word he said, who is this that darkened counsel by reasons of words? He criticized Job that he was throwing in his little excuses and accusing of the God, that he was making the truth become dark. So he asked him just a few questions, and Job ought to know how to have answered those few questions. He said, what is the foundation in which the earth is speaking to defend his questions? Now, Job, if you can answer some of these questions, he didn't say some of them, but these things, he didn't, it don't read exactly like I'm saying, but this is what it means. If you can answer my question, Job, your own right arm, your own right hand can save you. Think over that. Just go ahead, Job, now and answer me for a few minutes. Job told him they was too heavy for him. He couldn't answer the question. He ought to have told Job to shut up then. But I'm not going to tell you to shut up. I'm going to tell you to talk.
Yes, sir.
I want you to open up and talk. I don't want you to shut up.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for labor. And the day is far spent. You'll hear lots of things going on now. You'll hear that the East is now joining up with East. You'll hear that. You read it. But you don't think it's talking about you and it won't interfere with your big chief. Here in America, he's the big boss. But I said he got the boss sort of surrounded. And he's got to be a boss to get out of it. Joining up with East. You'll hear that. You read it. But you don't think it's talking about you and it won't interfere with your big chief. Here in America, he's the big boss. But I said he got the boss sort of surrounded. And he's got to be a boss to get out of it. You notice that America's money is just continuing to fall. You notice that people continue, nations continue to unite on the outside of America. In the book there in the Bible, it says that they said, come, let us go up against her. Noonday. Let us go and take her while she's asleep. This is referring to America. The Asiatic nation is the one talking there. They're about ready to strike. And the country knows this to be true. I'm not biting my tongue to tell you that. Yeah. They are ready to strike her, the nation of Asia. They're all uniting together against this one to lay hold on her and lay her low. However, God says to me, my greatest desire is to bring this devil, this is what he used, this devil to his knees. So we being in the midst of all of this great cloud and clouds of war being made up, and all of them's aim is towards America. I want you to interest yourself in trying to save self. Don't think that America is prepared today to keep them from coming in on you. She's not. No. She's not able to ward off this type of enemies that is coming against her. Yes, sir. They have united all over Asia to focus their guns on America and remove her from the planet Earth. Yes, not to give her a chance to live somewhere else, but to remove her from the planet Earth. My friends, I'm telling you the truth from the mouth of God and His prophets. America is gone. She's going. As the Bible teaches you in a symbolic way, It says, Babylon is fallen. Why is she fallen? Because she has become a habitation of devils and a cage for every foul and hateful bird. This is your America. It's there in your Bible, prophesying that this country is nothing in the world. It's filled with nothing but devils. And them that is not devils, maybe that's some of you, full of hatred and carrying foul spirits. My beloved, I'm here to talk with you on such subject as I'm talking, which means judgment of someone or some country. This is our country that we are living in. And another place there in Revelation, it warns you and me to fly out of her, flee from her, and be not caught into her snare. I'm telling you, brothers, this is true. We have before our eyes and been reading it ever since Grandma was around. You better begin to respect it as the truth you are reading. There will be no more some of the worldly scientists now. Think over this. Some of the worldly scientists bearing me witness that this is the truth, that America, see, doubt America will live another 3 years. Yes. This is the devil himself saying that. According to what he has learned, he says, that the Lord said through the mouth of his prophets and apostles that America will hardly live 3 more years. I bear him witness. I have not told you this, but I can show it to you in black and white. Said the end came 3 years after the death of Muhammad's wife. Maybe you can find it. This is in the table talk of Muhammad. And it's also in 2 or 3 other places by the scholars of Islam. They have a death pretty well described. I read it years ago. I did not want to never say nothing about it until after her death, because she had many children and grandchildren. I didn't want them to know it. But there's much we must tell today that yesterday we did not want to tell it. We have many things that we would like that you know. Putting it in a man's heart 25 or 30 years ago, these things, I was forced to keep quiet until the time comes that we can take many things of truth that we didn't know. I stayed with God 3 years and near hell. And he taught me night and day. He didn't let me rest. Night and day. Of the world of black man, not world of black mankind, but the world of black man. The kind is the devil Caucasian. He is the kind of man. He's mankind, and we are man. He don't mind confessing that he's a mankind. He called himself that. And he will admit it to you. Excuse my slow getting around up here. I am to teach you wisdom, divine wisdom. I can't hasten it, because that you have never had no such teacher as I. I am a teacher that you don't meet every day. I can go to the doctor's office, or to his clinic, or to his hospital, and he won't know no different hardly from me than he would any other patient. I'm not here to show off. I have been taught how to teach you to get well and stay well. Well, then why don't you do that, Mr. Muhammad? I had to fulfill. The sickness that come to me, I had that to bear anyway. If I had not, then I would not be the man that I am. I have to bear that which others bear when they were here years ago and thousands of years ago. I'm a fulfiller. So therefore I have to take and go through with that which prophets went through thousands of years ago. In order to make it worthless for you to have another prophet. That's right. You don't need no prophets after me. No. I bring you face to face with God and the devil. Therefore you don't need no more prophets. I fulfill in your presence that which Moses, Aaron, and Lot, Abraham, before them, I fulfill all of them right in your face. But you don't know these things because you never studied Scripture. Therefore, the prophesier of the Scripture, you don't know that until I open it up to you. But you will read where that God in the Bible teach you that He would send you one to teach you the Scripture. And in the Holy Quran, it plainly teaches you that God will send you one to teach you the wisdom and the knowledge of these things scripturally. But since you have not been too much of a scripture reader, I'm here to put your mind back in it so that you will find the truth that I'm teaching you. It's there. We are so proud these days and time from the teachings of the devil, we don't have time to listen to spiritual teachings. We laugh at that. because the devil's made us like themselves. He don't care nothing about listening to no truth. He know he's one that was made without truth. Was none put in him. And that when you talk to the devil about truth, he laugh and begin to get mournful looking, and he'll soon dismiss himself. Because that's not the nature of him to sit and listen to truth. But reach over and get your old banjo and some other musical instrument and start playing and blowing off the blues. You makes him happy. Yeah, he's a happy man then. Because you are now given to him, rather I should say, that which by nature he was made to listen to. Not made to listen to truth. No. They want to come here, but they know they are not fit to sit here and listen. But the truth, since the truth is against himself. Yes, I have to, brother. Take my time. The Holy Quran is our book. It's a late one. So it being late, coming to us, and we being late in receiving it.
Yes, sir.
Let me read to you a verse or two of the opening chapter of the Holy Quran. It goes something like this. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. Not one world, but of the world.
Yes,
You have an S on it. The Beneficent and the Merciful. Master of the day of requital. He's the master on the judgment day. And it follows up with the witness of the righteous in these words. Thee do we serve, and thee do we beseech for help. If we serve a king, that king is the one to help us. Because we are his servants. Who are we going to serve? And who are we going to look for help? But our master. Guide us on the right path. Who are we going to look to be guided on the right path if we serve him? No one that we can see. The path of those upon whom thou hast bestowed favors. This is the opening of the Holy Quran. How beautiful. The path of those whom he hath bestowed favor. Not upon the path of those upon whom thou hast. No, pardon me, I'm about to get wrong here. Not the path of those whom wrath is brought down, nor those who go astray. We don't want no such thing as chastising. I tell you, brothers and sisters, the Holy Quran is a great book. It's a book that the devil can't call a lying book. This is one book he don't dispute.
He recognized it to be a book full of truth. And so he don't argue about it. Most intelligent white people, they have a Holy Quran in their house. They told me that when I was in prison, a guy was a Muslim shriner, and he told me, he said, why shouldn't they let you have your book, the Holy Quran? He said, I have mine. He said, you are Muslim. He said, they're trying to force you to read the Bible. He said, because I asked the lieutenant. I said, why don't you let him have his Holy Quran? He said, that's what we got him in here for. To let him read the Bible. And he swore back to him and said, that's a shame. To let him be deprived of his Holy Quran. And then your government tell him that he have the freedom of religion. These things is like the Bible prophesied. In that day and time, the truth will be made clear so all can understand. Well, it's becoming so clear today that even they themselves wish that they could join up with the truth. That's me, most of the weekly. Could they join? Couldn't some of us join? I tell them no. You say, you don't mean to say none of us right? I said, let me give you an example. I say, there's lots of snakes. I said, some of them is harmless, we call it. I said, but yet he's a snake. He started laughing. You know I was after him. So it kind of tickled me then. I said, surely there are many white people better than others. He said, but they are white people. So they always is asking me some kind of question. And they all want to know, can't some of us get by? I told them, I gave them a description of Egypt when Moses went out of Egypt, that some of the Egyptians went out with him. I said, this don't mean that every white person is going to be killed on that day. I said, no. I said, many will survive that day. I said, but he will go back to his army. I said, like the church people. I said, they're not going to be killed. I said, because Allah told them that they would not. They've been trying to practice Islam, though they are white people. But they try to practice Islam. They are called Muslims. I said, they are Muslim by their practice. I said, but by nature, he's like you and all the rest. But by his practices, the faith of Islam, God given them extensions of time. So he will do you the same if you're able to practice it. Say, well, I don't find a fault of it. I said, well, that don't get it yet. Don't find no fault, but I don't practice it. The good book says that if you believe, carry it into practice. A belief that is not practiced goes for nothing. And so we get along very well, as long as you know a snake will sting you. Don't go up playing with it. So I tell you these things. Don't take them for jokes and plays.
Just remember at all times he's a snake. If Muhammad, that we live in the day of judgment, and that we all got to go to our home, what does our home look like? It looks like this. Looks like the earth, and with you in our home. This is your home. You're not going to be taken up in the sky no place, unless it's in a plane to take you out of trouble to another spot where the trouble is not going on. But you're not going to be taken care of like you read there in the Bible, that the angel will come from heaven, and you've been looking for spirits to come out of the sky. No, not like that. The angel will come from heaven all right enough, but they men, and not spooks like you think they are. They are men, and that they will come in planes to take you up out of the troubled area and fly you to another peaceful area. Out in the far Pacific, the Bible prophesies to you that you will be taken to the islands far away. They do have places out there they could take care of on permanent, forever. And you may live on some of these islands. I'm not in no hurry. I just want to talk with you. There is New Zealand. They have already cried out that they could take all of us. But I don't think you'll go to New Zealand right away. You may spread out in that area later on. But I don't think you're going now. I don't think you're going nowhere but here. If the Scripture is true, and it is, that the Lord says that it is His own goodwill to give thee the kingdom. Well, if it's His own goodwill to give us the kingdom, and backs it up by other prophecies by saying He taketh the kingdom from whom He pleases and give it to whom He pleases. This is a broad hint that He will take this country and give it to another people. And if He don't do that, He's well able to destroy it and give it to no one. But He's able to take it and give it to whom He pleases. And I saw, or rather He showed me, how He could take the country without scratching a match. Don't have to take it as far. He have already shown me this. He can take it without lighting a match. Don't have to have no fire. Take it very easy, and you can go around and get even with Johnny for mistreating you. This is true as I'm standing here. Then He shown me how he could do so with the punishment He put on some of my followers, who was hypocrites.
As good as they say, what can he do when he gets like that? That's the way it was shown to him. It was natural. It wasn't in no dreams. These hypocrites were after me, take my life. So he let them get to me. Then he got a hold of them. And brother, I don't want him to get a hold of me like that. The Holy One said it is the worst chastisement. He don't chastise like anyone else. It's the worst. It's the next thing to death. When you get something next to death, brother, you're in bad fix. I saw this. He shown me just how that he will chastise those that will not believe and obey. He don't want to kill you. He told me not to do so. Well, you say, well, I can slap you down with one hand. Well, that is right. But you can't slap that which I made his eye against you down like that. So, it is a terrible thing. As the Bible teaches, do not fall into the chastisement of God. Well, Brother Muhammad, I'm getting hungry. Through with this slow marching stuff. I'm getting hungry. When are you going to get through with this slow marching stuff? But I am moving along pretty fast. You professional people, we have all you can do if you would join up with us. One thing I must remind you of, I cannot accept you to work for me unless you want to be right. If you don't want to be right now, it won't be you working for me. I will be working against you. I want you to know these things. Professional people, that I am here to lay the foundation for a new world, new government. And we can't follow the old world and its government that we have known. We're going to build a new government. And the government is a government of righteousness. I want you to know that. The hereafter means after the destruction of the wicked and their wicked government. That's what we mean when we say hereafter. And the hereafter is coming soon for America. She is the first to be destroyed because she has mistreated us so terribly wrong until God is tired of waiting on us to make up our minds to leave evil and come over to righteousness. As you have it there in the Bible, it goes something like this, that let him that is righteous be righteous still, let him be wicked still, for I come quickly, says the Lord. You have that. Well, this is the quick time that he's making up his mind to come. He has given us 60 or more years to make up our mind. That's a long time waiting on people guilty of doing every known evil. No good at all. So you have been given that time from 1914 up until today. And that's a long time. So living around among the wicked, and they invented more wickedness every hour for you to practice. He don't let you sleep at night unless he entertains you with nothing but evil and filth. He keeps your mind on filth and evil. So God is proud of America, and since she was the first to bring us here and put us under such condition, and now still is not trying to repent for her evil doings, as one of the white devil preachers told me. He said, I know, Muhammad, that we are guilty of these things, and I wish you to do something about it. He said, we have treated you all terribly, terribly bad. Well, he was just bearing me witness to what I was charging him with. He wasn't doing this voluntarily. I had hemmed him up, cornered him, forcing him to admit these things. They will admit that I'm teaching you righteousness when you go out there and ask one. He'll tell you, who, Muhammad? Yeah, he said, he's teaching you all right. Yeah, but I hope that you remember this. How many of you all going to believe Muhammad? He may tell you that. He said, but he's right on that. He told me out of his own mouth. He said, Muhammad, isn't it true that your people will not believe anything that you teachers tell them unless we white people, as you call us, the blue-eyed devils, until we put our stamp of approval on it? Not going to believe anything. And that's true. When you go to college, as I've been told, that I have a son, he's over there. He went, tried to put him through every college, sent him to Al-Azhar in Egypt, and he still is a disbeliever. So he told me, he said, Dad, he said, when you go to these colleges and universities, he said, they make you an infidel. He said, you don't believe like you used. I said, well, son, you know better. I said, believe it or let alone. And he said, oh, Dad, I didn't mean that you wasn't right. I said, well, I mean this, son, what I said. That you know, and that now you can take it or leave it. Well, he's teaching school in Tennessee, down there to the devils. Well, leave a man to what he wants to be. Don't try and force a man to believe in that which he don't want to believe in, because you have only a hypocrite. So, my beloved listeners and professional people, your profession will help us and yourself too, if it was used in Islam. And since you are here, this is for you to decide. Since you have learned, have the privilege to deal with any Asian people or country that their money is still valuable. If you want to get in, I will show you how. But I'm afraid if you go with the knowledge you have now, you could be the loser there. I don't get nothing but credit from God for guiding me. I don't want you to give me a penny for right guidance and right teaching. I don't say I wouldn't. Pardon me, I take that back. I will accept you giving something to help me in the work, but I'm not out here to preach and teach for your money. I'm out here to teach and preach to you how to save your life. We are at the crossroads. We are at the crossroads. We got to accept or reject, to one or the other. These men coming up here, dressed up in moon and stars, these are the people of the hereafter. Now, don't think you can get by if it's not in your heart. It's got to be in your heart. Nope, no show off today. And these people is not showing off. They have it in their heart. Their whole entire dress can be singled out and spoken with understanding, and these few words: freedom, justice, equality. Freedom you have never had a chance to enjoy because you've been with your slave master, depriving you of freedom. And also, justice have never come to you. Equality of nations never come to you. Now it's coming to you. You wear this uniform anywhere on the planet Earth. Among any nation, you're welcome. They will welcome you to come in because they know you was not a fool to put that on. These crescents that you have wrapped around your shoulders and hips, they know you was not a fool for you to wear that. They who put it on you taught you what it was. And that's right. I teach you what it is and teach you what it means. And you can go anywhere on the earth and use what I teach you. And they will say, he's teaching you right. I'm not going to teach you nothing but right. We have lots of little things we want to get around with you. The time is so near to the end. We can't go through with everything. And I can't get up here and preach like Reverend, Bonewater or somewhere. I can't do that. I have to take time to teach you. And we have workers that you have not got acquainted with yet. Your right your letter in to get joined up or registered up with we, the Muslim world. Probably you never seen the secretary that received your letter and examine them for correction. Is Sister Hutton here? Yes, come here. Come on out. Turn on that brother, go over there and turn it. So, this is Sister Margaret Hussein, the one that you write in for your letter to be okay for passage in the nation of Islam, so that you may become a registered Muslim in the nation, because you can't get in the nation of Islam like you can in Christianity. Oh no, it's not that easy. It's a little harder than that. So this is Sister Hussein. She's the one that reads your letter and okay them if they are right. And maybe some of you have never met her. So Sister Hussein, I met her a long time ago, and I keep, chastising every now and then. When you don't hear from her so often, she's crying. Well, the Bible says God doesn't take one of us unless He give us a spanking. He must chastise us to let us know that He is God. So I want Him to chastise me if I'm wrong, because I know then He loves me. If you have anything to say, you could say something to them.
I'd like to say, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, dear sisters and brothers. And I thank Allah for this privilege of meeting you, because we corresponded much. And the work of the messenger is the most important work in the world. And I wish that we would all understand that everything that the messenger does is based on Scripture, because he is a divine messenger and we are a holy people. So therefore, we must look at the messenger in the light of who he really is and understand our greatness and the work that we are doing for the messenger and the great people that we are to be privileged to have such a messenger as the messenger of Allah.
Thank you, Sister Hawthorne. And if there's anything that you think that you need to tell me that you don't like in her office, why, you may stand and tell me, and I will try and correct it. That's very nice of you, that you don't have no charges against our secretary. So, Secretary, we thank you for pleasing and satisfying the people in your office. And we have also other officers here that we could bring before you again and again. But since the time is getting short and that I'm getting hungry, that's right, but I'm getting hungry. We have to think many times before ever that we speak to see whether or not we are speaking the truth. The main thing that we people who are led by the devil himself, that we must remember that our foster father was the devil himself, and that we have to quit practicing after our foster father and go now to our real father and practice the works of truth. We must remember that we were taken from our home. We didn't really come here. We were taken and brought here against our will and against the will of our Father. But we was not able to resist our captors and preventing them from bringing us here in this part of the world. Remember how the history teach you how many lives we lost on ships, leaping overboard to keep from coming here. Our fathers did not want to come here, but they was forced against their will. They wanted to return home, but they didn't have a boat to go back on. They didn't have anything to cross the Atlantic with, but what they had been brought here on. And then this wicked slave master, blue-eyed devil, he had rather dump us overboard, drown us than to bring us back home. Therefore, having us bowing to his will, the will of the devil, to obey him, the balance of our lives, under the whip, under chains, under bullets, run through our brains. Today, we were left here, standing on the shore after they got off the ship, looking at the ship returning to bring their brothers there. They cried to go back. As the devil tells you and me in his book that the ship was named Jesus. Think over that. Giving a slave boat now. That good name. Since you believe in Jesus, okay, here is your Jesus. That's an awful thing to think of. That he will now tell you that this slave boat, prison house, that he brought you across the water on, that's your Jesus. You could feed him with fine limestone and think that you was giving them cool water. Yes, sir. Wicked. Take an innocent person out of his home and bring him into a far-off country, 3,000 or more miles across, nothing but water. Then tell him, I am your master, I am your God. Don't tell me your name is Ali or Muhammad. Your name is Mr. Culpepper. That's right. Any kind of name. Mr. Wood, Mr. Burry, Mr. Fish. Nothing. Now today, all I have found, the Bible proceeds with his coming with the prophesy. I will go and search there for my people. And when I have found them, I will bring them again. Sell them again among their foreign people and in their own home. Brother, this is beautiful.
Yes, sir.
One writer says that when he found them, that he goes back and tells his people, and then in the end, He will set the angels of his, go and bring everyone that is called by my name.
Yes, sir.
I have created him for my own self, for my own glory. Now today, he's after us, offering us the beautiful names. Muhammad, Ali, those are two great names in this one.
Yes, sir.
Now we're so proud over being called Mr. Brown, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Culpepper, and if you ask him what the name means, he can't tell you. He don't know what it means. All he knows, white man give it to me. You shouldn't be called it. What? If I'm not named that, what am I named? He gets kind of sort of proud. He want to give you words. He may be a doctor in office. Or he may be some professor in a school. He'll go to argue with you. Tell me what my name is. 40 years ago, we couldn't hardly tell them that. They're much better now. But 40 years ago, they cuss us out. And laugh at Muhammad and Ali. Some funny names. Where do you get those names? Call them funny names. I was here. I was then trying to get them to accept those names. Let me see, do I have a card in my pocket? I'm not too sure. It's used like everything in my pocket to show you what a beautiful card that name looked like on it. Devil look at it and he almost ready to jump as soon as he sees it. No, I don't have it in my pocket today. I should have one. No, that's not. I mostly have one in one place or another. Sometimes I have it in one so that I can get this, but I don't think this holds one that I can usually carry today. However, don't get impatient now. Dismissal. Thank you. But you can't go back to your people, nor even in Africa, with the white man's name. Many of you say, I go to Africa. But when the checkup day comes, they'll send you back. Because you must have a Muslim name, Islamic people's name, to see the hereafter. You can't go with the white man's name. And Africa will tell you that. No, when the time comes for your separation, you must return to us with the name of Allah. That we all have to go in His name. And the Bible teaches you that. And why should not we leap and jump to get out of the name of an enemy who chained up our fathers and mothers and beat them with the chain after he got them over here? Why shouldn't we be happy? You don't seem to be happy to get out of the devil's name. Why, you should then have this temple here almost rocking. Just to hear that. To get out of the name of an enemy who is out there shooting your brothers and sisters every day for nothing. You're walking by like a sheep while the slaughterer is slaughtering the other sheep. This sheep going along biting grass. Don't pay any attention.
Yes, sir.
That's the way we are here. Don't pay any attention. Look out here, these boys that got killed, lying there asleep, like a rabbit is sleeping in his bed, not paying no attention to the dog. And here comes the dog eating him up. But a dog won't grab a rabbit when he's lying sleeping in his bed. He'll make a noise to make him jump up. Because I have hunted with dogs after rabbits in the South, and that rabbit dog of mine, he'd go up there, he'd catch a rabbit squatting down in his bed on the little grass, and with his ears lying down on his back, neck. The dog won't jump right on him like that. He'd take his feet and pat the grass and make a little noise. And the rabbit jump up, and he run. Then he takes out after him. He give him a chance for his life. But look what these devils did for these boys out there. Men lying there asleep. He wouldn't wake him. He sent a blast of bullets in the man while he was sleeping. He had him, yeah. Well, why didn't he just tell him, well, I got you covered. You want to take it without fighting? That would have been just, but he was such a coward, scared of it. So the devil blasted the man's life out of him. He didn't, dead man never saw his enemy. Didn't know what he looked like. He died before he could be wakened. He didn't know what killed him. See what kind of people you live among? And that you praise them up and wish you could stay on with them forever? Look what you are doing. I don't say these men would not have gotten killed if we had helped them. But that would have helped us from seeing another thing like that. Why didn't you and your followers then, Mr. Muhammad, take revenge for such? The reason I did not take no part in it because they had asked me out before they got killed. I spoke about them before ever they got into this death-killing stuff. They came to my house. When I spoke about them in our paper, he asked me not to write no more about them. So just keep your paper and don't put us in it. And so I said, okay. And I didn't even until today. So God told me to let them go ahead and do it. And I let them, and they about wiped out. I knew this group was coming, so I went on, and I taken myself in my house and put my mouth in my own paper, said nothing about them, because they didn't appreciate it. They don't appreciate it even today, but tomorrow they will. I say, brothers and sisters, some of our people are so dumb that God himself can't help them. That's right. They are so dumb to the knowledge of good that they won't accept God because they don't know God. And they consider God as just something that will talk. But they will soon know it's coming to pass. And I say to you, oh brothers, fly to Allah for refuge in this day and time. It's awful, the thing I see coming. Think over storms and earthquakes, cold weather, that the scientists keep telling you it's on the way. It's over here in such and such state. It's all. Yes, sir. Cold is going to be so terrific
till one of these days that you can hardly breathe. Well, death walking down your nostrils, freezing your lungs up, and you're breathing tubes to your lungs. This is on its way to America. And that you will find heat from the sun that will be so terrific that you can't breathe it, that you'll be running, seeking hiding places to find a cool breeze. That's on its way. As sure as I stand before you, these things is bound to hit America. Earthquakes are a thing that is terrible, because it don't give you no place for refuge. Shaking on your feet, and you don't know when it's going to make a crevice that will drop you a mile deep into the earth. It can open his mouth and swallow you up, says the Holy Quran. And I said to you, my beloved, that the day is closer for these things than you really think. I would not have been risen up in your midst to warn you of these things if they was not coming to pass soon. There is no other messenger or prophet coming after me. I'm the last one of those people. No more after me. No warner will ever come after me. The only warner that will come after me is that one that you read there in the Bible, that the book says he went and placed one foot on the sea and one on dry land. And he lifted up a trumpet. And his words was, I will be. The time that you know it, I will soon know no more. And that man will have his foot in those positions because he's going to cut a short in gravity. So Allah taught me. We had read it, but we didn't know how he was going to bring it about. He said, the way he will do, he'll cut a shortage into gravity, like shortage get them these electric wires here, and they blow off. And that when he do that, all the air over land will burst in a flame of fire. And the water, there will be no burst of flames over it, but over the land. And that these flames will leap up into space 12 miles. They'll be that high. Nothing but a flame of fire. Burning the atmosphere, or the atmosphere that we breathe now will become a flame of fire. So these things is now pointing at our home here in America. He said this is the only part of the earth that fire will actually cover. The other part of the earth will not be covered with fire. And that it will burn, he said, for 390 years. This part of the earth of ours will burn 390 years. Nobody will be able to stay here or come here with a flame of fire cutting through with atmosphere 12,000 miles. You must remember. That's a terrific flame of fire.
No, not 12,000, pardon me. 12 miles. But that'll clean us up. After you get 12 miles up into space, you don't have no good air to breathe. They have to close you in. Something in it gives you oxygen. So my beloved brothers and sisters, who that has been listening to the truth of the judgment, I want you to get ready now, not to wait like the people of Lot, people of Noah. Don't wait for the last minute, because ain't nobody love us but God. They don't want us. We are too ignorant and disgraceful of self and others. They don't want us. Nobody wanted us, he said to me, but himself. It was him, the one that wanted us. He said, if it had been left with them, he said, the other saints would not give no chance for this devil at all. He said they would have killed him as soon as his time was up, because that they had been waiting for the time. He said they was ready. He said some of the boys, young men, teenagers and whatnot, so they go around in circles singing a song. Take me to North America. Take me to North America. Land me on the shore of Tennessee. I promise my Allah I will not return until I push the devils in the hells. Now think over it. That's how much they love you. They love you in me. And they hate the devil for mistreating us. I was sitting in Syrian airport. Once I was there leaving, and I was talking to the devil. No, pardon me, I wasn't talking to the devil. I was talking to a Muslim that was half owner of the airport. He and his father on the other hand. And he told me, he said, Mr. Muhammad, no, Brother Muhammad, he said, we knows everything that goes on among you and your people over there. He says, if I just had the chance to go to America so I could fight for you all till I die, he said, I wouldn't want to come back here. He said, I'd just like to go there and just fight for you all. And he was crying when he said that. Think about people love you and you don't love them. That they would come and fight to the death to save you and me. Just think over these things. And that you, when you see one, you laugh at him. And his heart full of love for you. But they know they cannot talk to you. So it'll make sense. Because you don't know yourself and them either. Right. So, I saw the man and my son Herbert and my son Akbar looking at that man crying over us. He's sitting in his own airport. These style of homes is a style that the architect is building for me over there in front of my house. I choose them from residents that I found there in Damascus. And I told him I wanted some. But he have added, so they're even better and more beautiful.
They love you and me. This architect, he's trying to build me some of the finest homes that the Western Hemisphere ever saw built. Well, that's the truth. You ask any white man, he says he never saw no houses like them in the West. Well, Allah says, money, good homes. Those are good homes over there. Good homes. Each one costing $400 or more $1,000. That's a mighty home. That's a mighty home. And the one on the corner is costing $1 million. So this fulfilled what he promised. He says money, good home, friendship. Well, I'm having that. I have friendship in you. And the houses is coming up from Allah. You can't say you're not my friend because I'm your friend, and Allah sealed the friendship with His love. We want to, and we're going to build from 78th Street all the way down to 87th Street. We're going to make you a beautiful south side. It's all drawn out. One of our building engineer brothers have taken it up to begin the first one here in 7800 block. He's a building engineer of ours who have a great record of doing good building, or build good buildings. So we're going to let him build all for us if his skill in building is what he said it is. So soon you will see your brother there digging. Well, he said he's moving up his machinery now. We don't talk and talk like Christian people. What? Christian people talk and do nothing. We talk and we work to accomplish what we desire. And this is going into effect there. The man have already moved up some of his machines. You will see your black brother going into the ground then this coming week. I was so glad to meet the brother, I didn't know what to do. I love for you to help me, but don't say you're going to help me and not able to do it. You say you're putting us behind like that. I know the devil. You come to him for material, he'll ask you, where you carrying it? Where you building it? And if you say for Elijah Muhammad over on Cottage Grove, he may not like it. I know I don't have anything. And if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you for him. To break our friendship. But it happened, some of them don't mind. Because they know if Elijah is building that kind of building, You're enriching our city. That's what they know. So down at the City Hall, they have great respect for me because I'm doing something to make the city look so much better. You must be hungry.
Yes, sir.
He said he is. He come and told me the time. So I told him he must be hungry. So he said, yes, sir. But you must remember, these is hungry for truth. So, professors, this is what I want you to help me in. Help us to build the south side up for ourselves, so we have a little taste of heaven.
Yes, sir.
Like the north side have for themselves. Let us make our people to be respected here on the south side.
Yes, sir.
Take the woman in at night. Don't leave out here for show off for yourself and strangers. Take her and run her in home. Not right now, I will tell you. Make it in trouble, even with the husband. My wife stay out long as she wants to. You got nothing to do with her coming in, nigger. That's the way they will talk to you. So you wait till I tell you. When I tell you, you can go on. Thank you. You won't have to run her in if she keep coming here. She'll go in herself.
That's right.
Yeah? She don't want to be out here where she's insulted. And then she'll make fun of you.
Yes, sir.
What kind of husband do I have? Don't try to protect his wife. Yeah, I know women. They'll make fun of you if you can't protect them. So let's fix her up so that she even be ashamed to come out at night walking around in the streets among insulting people. We must get up from out of this savage caves that we're in here in America. We must get up out of that stuff if we want to be respected as equal human beings on the face of the earth. Who wants you in their homes? Who wants you in their cities? They're not going to let you disgrace them. Over in Asia I have been to cities. They wouldn't let your wife walk about at night in the street. She have to go in. She might change some brother's mind. So the policeman will run you in or put you in jail. So this is what we need. Then we can look at our wives and be happy that they are our wives and not somebody else's sweetheart. Join me and help me to put the nation on top. That's all we need. We need to get up out of the human filth that we're in, push ourselves up, and pull up the others. This is what we need. Our women is not as hard to make clean and truthful, brother, if we go after them right.
That's right.
Don't go after them with sticks and guns and knives. They will obey you when they see that they have a husband that is upright, clean, and want them to be clean. They will volunteer and come on in with you, because they will soon see you get is getting respect, and they are not. I'm going to see if I can't find something else to say. Thank you. I thought you was going to say, ooh. You know, a person having the access to same thing daily, when you bring him some more of it, it is not in a way, you know, nothing new. And therefore, he said, I've been hearing this all the while. So this is the way the old Muslims are here. They will say, but the new Muslims say, yes.
That's right.
That's because the old ones been listening at us a long time. But they will tell you quickly that I have enjoyed listening at it. That's why they can't keep me away from here. That's what I learned here. It makes me happy outside and easy to get along and with the world. And then I start teaching others of the world that has not learned what you have taught me, Muhammad. And then I feel like I ought to just stay out here and teach my people. Oh, now let me see, do we have any other labels that I should present to the people before we dismiss them, so they will know you? Come on, sisters, come on, don't be ashamed.